Hey, mic check,
Hi.
mic check, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Okay, so pause. Lasers. Okay, thank you. We're following breaking news out of the city of Huntsville. Huntsville Mayor Tommy Battle and other city leaders are coming together to address the winter weather issues. Now, as you know well, area roads have been iced over for several days now. There have been quite a few wrecks, and the Arctic weather is expected to last through tomorrow. Now, the mayor will be joined by the police chief, the EMA director, the fire chief, and the head of public works. This is the first time the mayor is making a public appearance since this winter weather started and this storm began. 48 News asked city leaders yesterday to address the situation because many of you are calling us about the roads and what's being done. Let's head on over right now to 48 First Alert meteorologist Jeff Desnoyers ahead of this news conference. And Jeff, some of the roads are better, but we're not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, while we wait for Mayor Tommy Battle to come to the podium and talk about what's going on for the past, 5-6 days now, right? And we have seen some improvements, Gina. It's a great point. We did have some issues on the Parkway this morning, but it looks a lot better out there right now. Let's take a live look in Madison, where we've had some sunshine, but those temperatures, they're just kind of hovering right around 32 degrees, right? The roads themselves, like on the secondary roads, looking better, and the main highway on 565 looks okay, but not all of Madison is the same right now. Some of the back roads are still very slick, where we had that winter slop this morning where things had started to melt a little bit. That all started to freeze back up again because those temperatures are right around 32 degrees, and we don't have a lot of sunshine anymore either. So we're still seeing some icy conditions out there, and let's mix in a few flurries and snow showers on top of it. Racing through parts of Franklin County in Tennessee, also into portions of Jackson County right now. If you're in areas like Stevenson or Bridgeport, a little flurry or snow shower not out of the question, and just maintaining this really cold winter-like pattern. Temperatures at or slightly below or slightly above freezing, depending on what your location is. Decatur, you're at 35, but you're only at 30 in Pulaski and 34 in Fort Payne. So right around that freezing mark. But the biggest problem tonight is going to be when the temperatures take a nosedive. We have these winds out there. They're making it feel like it's in the low to mid 20s. The winds are actually making it feel colder, but they're also helping dry some of the roads out too. It's like a win-lose kind of thing, meaning that the roads are improving, we're drying the roads out, but we're losing because the temperatures feel so cold outside, right? And with colder temperatures diving in tonight, Arctic blast, the wind chill values are forecast to be even colder, as cold as 10 below. What does that do? It means that we issue a wind chill advisory by the National Weather Service for the dangerous cold. You've probably been able to give your sinks a little bit of a break from the drip, 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 drip. You're gonna want to put that back on tonight when the temperatures drop back and become so cold during the overnight hours. Those frigid temperatures diving south tonight. So we feel it by the evening hours, falling back into the 20s with partly to mostly cloudy skies. That breeze will make it feel even colder, and not really suggesting a lot of people to maybe hit the roads this afternoon and evening, because once it gets dark and those temperatures drop, whatever is wet on the roads or still slushy will likely become frozen during the overnight, which means like turn signal lanes, or like if you're trying to take an exit ramp off the Parkway or 565, even just walking around from your front door to your car. I mean, it gets to the point where you just want to make sure you keep yourself safe, not just driving, but also walking. Gina?
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. So we are going to go back to programming now. Tennessee Valley Living currently going on. We will bring that news conference to you by Mayor Tommy Battle as soon as it starts on the winter weather conditions. Thank you, Jeff. Excuse me. Got it.
Recording in progress.
All right, back to that breaking news. Huntsville Mayor Tommy Battle addressing the winter weather woes that we've seen from all the snow and ice. As you've been quite aware of, the roads have been covered in ice, causing a lot of issues, really causing the town to shut down here. And the Zoom is about to start
winter weather. They will have time to answer a few questions.
They're all kind of tuning in right now. The mayor here joined by different leaders, the head of public works, also the fire chief, the EMA director. Now, again, if you're just joining us here, the mayor has not spoken publicly since this storm first hit. So this is the first time we're hearing from him in a news conference form. So many of you have been calling us about the road conditions and all the issues and why it's taken so long to kind of fix the situation. So they are getting ready to talk about this here today. So we are working to learn more. We've been asking a lot of questions. Hopefully we get some of those answers to our questions today. We have 48 First Alert meteorologist Jeff Desnoyers standing by.
The ice has made it tough for everybody. I want to say thank you to the crews who have been out there, our first responders, our emergency personnel, our public works groups, police, Huntsville Fire, and everybody else who has really been part of making sure that we can get through this. They have done a wonderful job. Ice is something that there's no plan that will fix ice. You have to work at it every day, and finally, when you end up getting rid of the ice, it's usually when the temps change on you. We have been having meetings throughout. We've been monitoring the National Weather Service. We've been monitoring TVA in their capacity. And we have been huddling with local elected officials, County Commission Chairman Matt McCutcheon, Mayor Paul Finley, the Huntsville Police and Fire, the Madison Police and Fire, the Madison County Sheriff's Office, and the sheriff has been on the call. Our EMA, our HIMSI, ambulance service has been on the calls to make sure that we're meeting the needs that are necessary, and hospitals have been on the call. Each day we have been able to sit down and make sure that we're addressing whatever challenges are out there. And the end result has been that I think we've been able to get through this. We're looking forward to next week, 50s and 60s temperatures. But it's been a challenge for everybody. And to our citizens, thank you for the efforts you put forward. Taking care of your neighbor, checking on your neighbor, making sure that they're taken care of. That is the key to all of us getting through this and getting through this in a healthy way. I'd like to introduce Chris McNeese, our Public Works Director. Chris has been out on the roads every day this week. He had a number of, I think he had 10 graders out yesterday, and they've got a number out today. But they're trying to clear the roads as quickly as possible so that we can get back to normal. Chris, thank you for the job that y'all have done, and please thank your men for being out there in the cold weather while and making sure that we're all safe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. We have, like you said, we have a total of 10 plows out working right now, five plows mounted on dump trucks and 5 motor graders. And they're going throughout the city, getting the major and minor collectors, trying to get those bladed off, get the ice and the little bit of snow there is, mainly ice, bladed off to the side to get a safe roadway surface for our traveling public. And right now we have a small fleet of trucks that are out spreading salt. We just got through with blading off the top of Montesano Mountain, going up Montesano Boulevard. We put some rock and some salt down on our way out, make sure we have good traction for the residents to come on and off the mountain. Our focus right now is just get a lot of the major minor collectors cleared so that we can get traffic going, hopefully towards the end of this weekend, into the first next week. Like you're saying, I'm going to be welcoming these warmer temperatures as they come into Monday and Tuesday. But other than that, we're just doing our best. We're blanking the city, trying to make sure that we have salt on the road, make sure that we get this ice off so that everybody's safe when they're traveling this weekend.
We're now going to go to Huntsville Police Chief Kirk Giles.
Emphasize that work that they've been doing, and like they said, they're working hard day and night trying to keep these roads safe and passable. And I would encourage people to follow us on social media to get the updates, because just because the road is open now, it may close shortly thereafter, just because conditions do deteriorate. And they're working hard to try to keep them open, and we're trying to test and make sure. One thing I want to mention is, I mentioned yesterday, is since Monday, when this event started, up until about 9 o'clock this morning, we've had over almost 200 accidents that we've worked. And over, I believe it's approximately 37 of those involved injuries. And what's significant about that is the fact that last year, our average number of accidents just in a week's time was 160. And if you take into account the daytime driving population that we have here versus what we've seen the last few days, is significantly lower in the last few days, and we're still well above our normal average. So we would emphasize and certainly would want people to stay home. I understand you're getting a little stir crazy. I get that. On a personal note, I got a family member that's out of town wanting to get back, and I've encouraged her and finally convinced her to wait till Sunday, because I do not want to see her get caught up in this. So we continue to work with Public Works and AlDOT to check the roads and make sure they're safe, as well as the fire department. And just emphasize to people, please be cautious. If you absolutely have to get out, please, you would kind of go over the reason why you're getting out, what the purpose is. If it's just a matter of getting out, don't just get out to go sightseeing. Please stay off the road, because we have a strain now on our emergency public services. And we'd like to, we're also, in addition to all these accidents we're working, we're still running our normal calls. So please understand that, because the strain you put on everybody, and just continue to follow social media in respect to opening and closing the roadways. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Huntsville Fire Rescue Chief McFarland.
Good morning, everyone. About the same as what everybody's saying. We're still really busy. We've got a lot of resources in place. We're running our normal amount of calls plus some. A lot of our specialty situations we're running into is we're having to transport patients using some ATVs that we've got to set up to transport patients, because a lot of places Hensey can't get up to the patient, where we still got a lot of ice on hills and stuff, and bring them down. But we're being successful at that. I'd like to, all of our folks, I'd like to thank all of our folks on Huntsville Fire and Rescue for being here and keeping everything running. A special shout out to our driver engineers. Don't want to jinx us, but they've done an outstanding job keeping our trucks on the road and not damaged. Really being careful and be careful where they're going. We're running a little slower. We're actually having to run the snow chains on our trucks, which is standard for fire departments. One of the issues we have, when you see us out with the snow chains on the truck and we're going slower and nobody else has chains on, that's because we don't get the option of picking the roads we get to go down. We can't just go down the good roads until we get all the hills cleared in the districts where we can get to every house safely. We'll have to continue to go slower and run those chains. So we're looking for the warmer weather. And Chris, I'll reach out to you. I may have some trouble spots that I may get y'all to help me with, that maybe just a few places that when we get toward the end of this is just keeping our trucks in chains, if y'all can help us with that. But I know y'all been doing a great job with it, so I appreciate that. Same thing we said, just asking everybody, I know everybody's ready to get out, but just be careful. We're also working not only accidents with vehicles, but a lot of falls. It's really slick out there. So if you have to be out, be just super careful and be really cautious of the ice and stuff. It's not just slushy snow right now. We're dealing with ice. So be careful and try to avoid the falls.
Okay, we're now going to go to the Huntsville-Madison County EMA Director, Jeff Burke.
All right, thanks, Sydney. I guess now is as good as any time to actually stress preparedness. When events like this happen, you're looking at a stretch of 2 or 3 days, maybe longer. So one of the things that we always recommend is have a winter weather plan, but just a plan in general for any emergency. You need to be able to sustain yourself at home for 72 hours with things such as medication, food, water, any of the basic needs that you may have. I would like to mention all of them, but it's too much to mention here. But I will say we've got an excellent website, and you can go to our website for those tips, and we encourage you to do that. The other thing I would like to stress is, unfortunately, this event is not over. While everything may look good right now, but travel is okay. What I can tell you is the forecast is for temperatures tonight to dip down well below freezing, and then tomorrow, Saturday, to be in the teens and not rise any higher than the mid-20s. So we've got another stretch of really cold weather. The roads are already wet. So we anticipate, as everybody here on this call has anticipated or has said, that the roads are going to continue to be bad. So I think there is a glimmer of hope. We're looking at possible temperatures above freezing starting afternoon on Sunday, and conditions will get better. But I would like to reiterate that we're not out of the woods yet. So everybody still needs to remain vigilant, and we'll get through this. And I'll turn it back over to you, Sydney.
Thank you. All right, we will now take a few questions. Each media representative is asked to introduce themselves and their outlet. You can ask any of our city leaders here today one question and a follow-up. Please raise your hand in the chat, and we will ask you individually to unmute yourself to ask your question. We're going to get started, it looks like, with Emily.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. This is Emily Mosner with News 19. My question is for Chris McNeese. First of all, thank you for all the work that y'all have been doing. You mentioned you're hitting those major roads, major collectors. Can you kind of talk about when you guys expect to hit those secondary roads, maybe some of those neighborhood streets that are still seeing a lot of ice? When can we expect to see, those kind of shift to be a focus?
That's a very good question. Thank you for asking, Emily. We do have, I'd like for all the viewers to know that the City of Huntsville Public Works, we maintain a total of over 3,400 lane miles of road within the city limits of Huntsville. So we're doing our best to blanket the city to get all the major and minor collectors so we can get people on the larger roads. The secondary roads, we're going to do our best to eventually get to those as resources allow. And if we can, ask everybody just to be patient and just stay inside, stay warm for now until we can do our best to get most of the roadways open.
All right, Emily, we'll let you ask a follow-up question if you have one.
I do have a follow-up question. It's not necessary for Chris, but for just the city in general. With the colder temperatures continuing through the weekend, do we expect any more warming shelters to open? Are any still open? Can you maybe touch on that just a little bit?
Yeah, I can take that. As far as I know, the same shelters that that the city has put out are still open and running, and will be open until there's not a need anymore. I don't have a definite termination of when they're going to close, but that's my understanding.
Okay, we're now going to go to Lee Rue.
Hi, can you all hear me, I hope? And thanks for doing this, I appreciate it. Two quick questions. Mayor, do you think the city was prepared for a thing like this? Was it something you could be prepared for? And as a follow-up, I would love to hear from any of you who spoke today about some anecdotes you could share with us about neighbors helping neighbors, or people helping each other out, so we can report some of the good news coming out of this as well. But Mayor, what do you think? Were we ready?
I think we were as ready as we could be. Ice is something that's almost impossible to handle. If you've got snow, you can push the snow off and plow it off. Ice, all you're doing is pushing the light stuff off, and then you've got the black ice that is right below it. Our crews have done an admirable job. Chris was talking the other day about trying to get some higher elevations on Wednesday, and they would go up, start up the mountain, and then start sliding backwards. And if you're ever in one of those heavy machinery, you don't want to be sliding backwards. That's not a good situation. Huntsville Fire and Rescue has been out there, but they've been taking patients from Huntsville Hospital and taking them home so that they can open up beds at Huntsville Hospital. We've got a full crew working on dialysis, transporting dialysis patients back and forth. We have a great crew, and they have put together a great plan to take care of to make sure that our community responds to whatever challenges are out there. They've done a great job. Unfortunately, ice is just one of those that we have to continually go over and over and over. This morning we were trying to open City Hall at 11, and I got out about 5:30 and was talking to some of our crew leaders and everything. And once you went out and saw some of the secondary roads, the Washington and and some of the others, Oakwood, go all the way up to Winchester and some of the others. The secondary roads just were not ready for people to be coming in, especially workers that we have who might live out in the county trying to get in on those secondary roads. So we had left ourselves a window open, and we decided that it was not a day to try to bring a workforce in, because there would be a lot of liability there, and there'd be a chance of them getting hurt trying to come in. So that's a long way around saying that we're all working very hard to make sure that we can address these challenges, and I'm very proud of what our people have done.
Lee, I think you asked the question about helping neighbor. One example I'll give you, and it kind of fits into that category. I would like to point out the fact that the warming centers, those are our residents that live here that are volunteering to help during this time of need. We've got a local WAFF, which is faith-based and nonprofit organizations that volunteer their time to provide services during times like this, as well as, and I certainly don't want to leave out our local Red Cross. Now, there's been difficulties in this event just because of the transportation issues, but these are organizations that do this type of work all the time, not just during winter weather, but during tornadoes, floods, whatever it is. So, I think that's a good example of people in our community that volunteer and provide those services in a time of need.
Right. Good story. Thanks again for doing this, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, we're now going to go to Daquan Lee.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time. I have a few questions to ask. I don't know if we have a limit of 2 or anything else, but first question I would like to ask, for anyone who wants to ask, mainly for the city, was there any thought of renting any trucks or hiring contractors earlier ahead of this winter storm? This was something that was on the radar for almost everyone. Was there any consideration of doing that, or we were just taking this as a do it as we see fit kind of thing?
Daquan, that's kind of a normal practice that we do. Three of our graders right now out there are independent contractors graders, and we've done that year after year. That's kind of a natural go-to for us.
Daquan, do you have a follow-up?
And then as a follow-up, how would you rate this? And if you wanted to, could you describe the layout and the structure for this kind of protocol? I know you said this is standard procedure, but could you go into the details of how you guys prepare for this and how you plan for this?
Chris, you want to go at this as really in the first rodeo that they've been through. It seems like yearly we run into this, and they have some natural protocols. Chris, you want to step in?
Absolutely. If y'all remember last year after Christmas, we had a freeze event that came through, hit us for a couple of days, and we had to get some folks off of Cecil Ashburn Drive, and we had to mobilize our plows, our rock spreaders, salt spreaders, and get those folks off Cecil Ashburn Drive, and also address some of the major streets back then for that particular event. Same thing here. Whenever we have an event like this come to town, we have a crew in interior to public works. We have a snow and ice crew. We have two crews, matter of fact, and we'll rotate those crews whenever we have event come in that's prolonged, like we have now. We've rotated our crews that come in that address the ice that's on the ground, so we don't exhaust one crew nonstop every day. But we do have equipment to address those issues. Going back to the motor graders, it has been common practice from year to year based on the events. This was one of those events where we did bring in some additional motor graders by our local contractors to help us kind of spread out and to cover more ground. Again, our ultimate goal is to get the ice off the road, to maintain a safe infrastructure for our traveling public, and that's always going to be our primary goal.
All right, well, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. For the latest on shelters, road closures, road reopenings, you can follow the city on Facebook. You can also follow the city and the Huntsville Police Department on Facebook or X. We've also are posting the latest information on the city's website, huntsvilleal.gov. You can find a link on that website to sign up for text and email alerts on road closures and road reopenings. Please reach out to City Communications if you have any further questions. Have a great day and stay safe.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, if you're just now joining us, that was a news conference held by Mayor Tommy Battle and other city officials addressing this winter weather and kind of their handling of the situation. So just a quick recap here. They were asked several questions by several members of the media. I think the biggest thing is something that you all have been asking: were they prepared? Mayor Tommy Battle says they were as prepared as they could be. He says ice is nearly impossible to deal with, and they were just this amount of ice was just hard to deal with, and there's nothing that will fix it. The Public Works Director, Chris McNee, says there are 10 plows right now currently rowing the city of Huntsville, working to get all of that ice and the little bit of snow that's left off the roads. And police are working hard right now. They are working just to keep the roads safe. Something interesting from HPD Chief Giles, he says they have worked almost 200 accidents the past few days, and he says that is way more than their typical in a week. And just think about how many fewer people are on the road. So just a huge spike in accidents, 37 with injuries. So something that we've been reiterating, officials are reiterating, just please stay home if you do not have to be out and about. Some roads are much better. They say Montesano has just been cleared. That is what the EMA director was saying now. But again, we still have bitter colds coming tonight, refreeze possible. So we will bring you much more from this news conference at noon. Reporter DeQuan Lee will have a full report, and we'll have much more updates throughout the day. Stay with us.
Me. Hi. Testing. Hello there.
Whoa! Shit. Mic check, mic check. Yeah, I know. I'm trying. Heard.
I want somebody to come take my trash.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
Welcome in. I'm Gina Benitez. Thanks so much for tuning in here. It is chilly out there, but definitely not as bad as it has been the last few days. However, 48 First Alert meteorologist Jeff Desnoyers is in, and he is talking about that Arctic blast we are seeing. Temperatures, Jeff, are going to plunge tonight.
Yeah, wave number 2 of the Arctic air. You know, we had a little taste of it after the event on Monday with the sleet and the freezing rain and snow, and now we brace ourselves for another round, and here it comes, marked by a few snow showers and flurries that are racing through northeast Alabama, Franklin County, and portions of Tennessee. Some of you in Fayetteville told me you had a few flurries as well. Not a tremendous amount of snow, but marks the next bleeding edge of the frigid air. Now, temperatures either side of 30 degrees right now. Some areas above freezing, some areas below, but the temperature drop will really take place more tonight than this afternoon. It already is cold though, because we have a wind out there that's gusting to about 25 miles an hour. And though your air temperatures are mainly in the 30s, your wind chill values are around 20. And it's only going to get colder tonight. A wind chill advisory in place for the area. Below zero is how it's going to feel tomorrow morning. Get those pipes and make sure you protect that, get the faucet going on, and also get ready for that blast of frigid air to stick around for the first half of the weekend.
All right, Jeff, thank you. Well, if you were here just about half an hour ago, you listened in with us as Huntsville city leaders provided an update on their efforts to handle the hazardous conditions that have plagued us since Monday. 48's Daquan Lee joins us now live from along Memorial Parkway, which the city closed, then reopened this morning a bit later. Daquan, what did the city officials have to say about the current situation here?
Gina, this morning they told us, city leaders did, they said they're doing everything they can to get these roadways cleared, but they also told us to stay patient because the frigid temperatures are creating the same hazardous conditions that have plagued us since Monday. Now this morning we heard from city leaders like the mayor, the police chief, and the fire chief about the current conditions. Public Works Director Chris McNeese said they have 10 snow plows working throughout the city, spreading salt and working up Montesano. He says the focus is getting major roadways clear, hopefully towards the end of the weekend. During the press conference, Police Chief Kurt Giles mentioned the high number of accidents that have put a strain on the public system.
About 9 o'clock this morning, we've had over almost 200 accidents that we worked, and over, I believe it's approximately 37 of those involved injuries. And what's significant about that is the fact that last year, our average number of accidents just in a week's time was 160.
Now, like Jeff told you, we have more cold temperatures coming in, and that's what the city told us to stay patient about because these hazardous road conditions aren't going anywhere anytime soon, at least until this weekend. Reporting live in Huntsville, Daquan Lee, 48 on your side.
Daquan, thank you. Now, across the Tennessee Valley, some water companies and utilities are asking you to conserve your water. Utility providers in Ardmore, Lexington, and northern Lincoln County, Tennessee have issued boil water notices. This means you have to boil any water before you use it. 48 will have updates on these boil water advisories on air and online. Now, many people across the valley were impressed by the snowfall, but a few days later, the ice was a little less impressive. Many area streets are still iced over, as Daquan mentioned there. We got a bit of a reprieve yesterday with the rain and higher temperatures. Main arteries like 565 are looking much better today. Public Works Director Chris McNeese says his crews treated the roads for snow and ice this past weekend, but the plan now is to use the plows to move that ice and whatever snow is left. But to some drivers, it's just too little, too late.
No, because it's still, like, I still see people sliding on the way here. Somebody ran a light and was almost slid into us. Like, it's not good at all right now. Y'all see it's still icy and don't look like nothing really been done. People could still have these accidents because they trying to get somewhere and do it fast.
Now, we will keep you updated on The road conditions all day today and into the weekend. Well, yet another pipe burst at Decatur Middle, causing even more damage to the school. That makes 3 breaks in 1 week. This created a major mess there. Deputy Superintendent Dwight Satterfield says it's caused some serious flooding in several hallways and the school's front office. While crews were gathering security footage of the first 2 pipe bursts, they discovered that third one. This one was near the gym. Satterfield says they've been working around the clock to try and save the gym's wooden floors and dry the carpeted areas.
Some of the processes that we use to induce air into the building changed during COVID for the health of our building and our students. Everything was just lent to this. So it's not one single factor, but all of it goes back to age and weather.
Satterfield says crews will continue working through the weekend to get students back on campus sometime next week. Now, a similar situation in Franklin County here. Deputies say the sprinkler system at Phil Campbell School broke and flooded the entire downstairs. The crew is working on cleanup as we speak. Right now, there's no word on how long it will take. Well, all new at noon here, 35 years after their mother was murdered, 2 Colbert County brothers are still searching for answers. In 1988, as part of a murder for hire plot, Charles Sennett planned his wife's murder to look like a home invasion and robbery. Elizabeth Sennett was stabbed and beaten to death. Kenneth Smith, John Parker, and Billy Williams were all accused of having played a part in it. Her sons Mike and Chuck say they've been holding on to all of this grief for some 35 years. They say they are patiently waiting for justice to be brought, but they also want people to know they forgive those who were responsible.
I forgive Parker, I forgive Williams, I forgive Smith. Do I like what they done? No. But that's what I'm supposed to do. And then to me, that's another burden lifted off my shoulders.
Well, we will have much more for you on this interview and the case at 4:30 this evening. Well, an Alabama lawmaker wants to make changes to legislative sessions. As of now, state lawmakers meet for 30 days over a 105-day span in winter and spring. This new bill proposes lawmakers meet for 20 days in February and then 10 days in September. The lawmakers would be allowed to file new bills ahead of that second session. The bill is a constitutional amendment. If signed into law, Alabamians would have to vote on whether to approve these changes. Well, a major twist in the Scott Peterson case. A nationally recognized nonprofit has taken up his case and filed new motions in court. As Ian Cole explains, they believe the convicted killer may be innocent.
New court documents show the Los Angeles Innocence Project is now representing Scott Peterson. Peterson was convicted in 2002 of murdering his wife Lacey and her unborn child. Her body was found in the bay months later. Peterson was given the death sentence, which was recently overturned and replaced with a sentence of life in prison without parole. This week, 4 motions were filed in San Mateo County Superior Court, including a motion for DNA testing, claiming new evidence now supports Mr. Peterson's long-standing claim of innocence. In the hundreds of pages submitted, there are new updated witness statements, and attorneys focus on 3 things: a burned-out van near the Peterson house around the time Lacey disappeared, the burglary at the house across the street, the Medinas, along with some evidence found on the shore of the bay.
If this evidence pans out, as the Innocence Project says, this could be a game changer.
Dean Johnson is a lawyer who has followed the trial since the beginning and says the heart of the new motion is a theory that Lacey Peterson was killed by burglars.
And if you find the same DNA on the items from the Medina burglary, from the van, and from the shore of San Francisco Bay, that's the storyline. The storyline is there was a burglary. Lacey was kidnapped by the burglars, put into a van, later killed, and her body was later put at the shore of San Francisco Bay.
Peterson's attorney, Pat Harris, wrote in a statement, "I will confirm that we are thrilled to have the incredibly skilled attorneys of the LA Innocence Project and their expertise becoming involved in the efforts to prove Scott's innocence." Dean Johnson says there are still major hurdles for this new legal action.
This is only potential evidence. The defense doesn't even have the evidence yet. They're requesting it. And they haven't done any DNA testing on it, so we don't know if there's any DNA on this evidence.
The LA Innocence Project declined our request for an interview, and we could not reach Lacey Peterson's family for comment.
Well, roads all over the Tennessee Valley have been covered in sleet, snow, and ice. Crews are making headway, but we aren't out of the woods just yet. We explain why ahead. And students will not have to make up the days they were out of school this week. State and area district leaders are weighing in when we come back. Welcome back. Global tourism is on track to fully recover from the pandemic this year. International travel is expected to be 2% higher this year when compared to 2019. Now, more international flights are also seeing a strong recovery of Asian markets and destinations. Global tourism ended 2023 at 88% of pre-pandemic levels. The Middle East was the only region to surpass pre-pandemic levels, with arrivals 22% above 2019. However, the tourism body noted traveler confidence may be impacted by mounting geopolitical tensions, especially in the Middle East. Well, we have the latest on Tennessee Valley road conditions now. In Huntsville, the latest update shows several roads, including Cecil Ashburn Drive and Bankhead Parkway and Green Mountain Road, are still closed. Now, in Colbert County, most roads are still impassable. Icy road conditions have been reported on most secondary roads in Marshall County, in Morgan County, Highway 31, Alabama 36, and and also county roads are also icy. In Jackson County, Alabama 73 is closed. In Bryant, Alabama 117 remains closed from mile marker 45 to the Tennessee state line, and county roads are still icy. Now, major roads and highways in Limestone County also still have some areas of ice. You can find a full list of road closures across the area on our website right now, WAFF.com. Well, severe weather impacted schools all over the state this week. Some districts shut down completely, others pivoted to online learning, but there are concerns of students falling behind. Monet Stevens has that story.
The threat of winter weather has forced many schools in Alabama to close this week.
It's tough. It would be great if we lived in a place and in a time when we never had to close the roads, but you know, that's just not the way the weather works.
While some areas received significant precipitation, other areas like Montgomery only dealt with sub-freezing temperatures. That's why these decisions are often made locally.
Mostly it's regionally and county by county, so they're working with their county EMA directors, kind of make sure they have the right decision, making resources as quickly as they can.
Making that call to close schools is a time-consuming process. It requires superintendents to take a lot of factors into consideration, especially if the schools are geographically located in rural areas.
We apologize for any inconveniences for parents, but at the end of the day, our students are our first priority.
Macon County School Superintendent Dr. Melissa Williams says her district is no stranger to the challenges of severe weather. 90% of students rely on buses to get them to and from school. Some of the homes are on dirt roads.
So the buses can't travel in to those locations. For instance, if there's a lot of rainfall, it washes the roads out, and so our buses can't get in, and nor can cars get, out.
Macon County students typically do virtual learning days when they can't come to school, but that too can be a challenge for households that lack broadband access.
They're not able to log into the Google Classroom to see their teachers. If they have trouble with an assignment, they're not able to get the help that they need right then.
While face-to-face instruction is said to be more effective for learning, safety will always come first.
We have to do the best we can, and I certainly don't think we need to have school buses out on icy roads.
All right, let's take a live look right now at Abbotsford Road. This is in Madison County here. You can see one of the roads that is still covered with ice. So if you have been out and about, some roads are better than others. Some roads are completely cleared. Others look like this. So again, we are not fully in the clear. If you do not need to be out, I really urge you to stay home.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
All right, Jeff, that live look there, kind of a perfect example of what we've been talking about. I think people see this shop here behind us and, 565 looks okay and, the Parkway, but they had to close the Parkway. There were crashes this morning. So the police chief saying they've responded to more than 200 in just a few days, a lot of those with injuries. I mean, it's just really not worth it.
Well, it's the secondary roads that, you see some of the pavement now and you're like, oh, wow, we're getting better, but there's still some issues out there. And with more cold air coming in tonight, some of those secondary roads, I'm going to call it winter slop. Okay, it's not like a technical word, but what it is it's all that yuckiness we had from last night with the rainfall, some melting, and that's all going to refreeze like on that secondary road we just showed you. Now let me show you the next problem too on the Parkway right now. Look at all that spray from the cars. That's good. They're moving. Everything's good. But when you have all that water and we're not drying out, we have some sun, we got a little wind, we're trying to dry things out, but I can't see us getting rid of all this water off the road before the frigid temperatures take a nosedive south into our area. So 34 in the Parkway is going to become teens by like 10 o'clock. And what's that going to do to all that water there? Probably ice it right back up again. So some slick spots expected overnight and really cold temperatures. If you had stopped the drip, you need to turn the drip back on tonight because temperatures are going to get very cold, plus the winds make a dangerous wind chill by morning and therefore a wind chill advisory overnight for feel-like temperatures of 5 above back to 10 below and very cold stuff. This is our next blast of frigid air. It comes in tonight and it's with us through Sunday morning. Here are the current wind speeds right now out of the north or northwest, 10 to 20. We've had gusts up to about 25, 30. So even though our temperatures are in the 30s right now, it feels like 20s. And the winds aren't going anywhere. They're with us through the afternoon, into the evening, and then finally overnight they may back off just a little bit, but that's when your temperature is dropping back to like 10 degrees. And even if there's just a little bit wind left over, it's going to bring those wind chill values below zero when we're hanging out tomorrow morning on air. So temperatures right now, not too bad. I mean, there's some 30s, a few 20s north and west, a few mid 30s south and east. But once that frigid air dives south this evening, those temperatures are going to plummet quickly. They go 30s, 20s, teens, and it all happens very quickly through the evening hours. One more blast of Arctic air bottled up in the northern plains, slipping south as we speak. It's actually marked by a frontal boundary that sparked a few flurries in portions of northeast Alabama, Franklin County, and Tennessee. And it's that leading edge of that really cold air that will arrive this evening. So what that does is you got to be attentive to your pipes. You want to make sure you've made it all week long. Eric Burke said this. You've come so far. Don't let your guard down this last blast of Arctic air, right? Make sure that you protect your pipes. With the overnight low temperatures around 10 tonight, the best we got for you on Saturday, even with sunshine, is low 20s. That's cold, right? You wake up Sunday morning, really chilly, probably a few more icy spots, and then finally get back to near 40 on Sunday, pop a lot of sunshine, and melt, 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 melt. And whatever we don't melt on Sunday, we will have more success next week, because look what happens to your temperatures. This is not made up stuff. We will literally warm up 40 to 45 degrees for your daytime high temperatures by the middle of the week. Big time pattern flip as we go from like seasonal whiplash of really cold to like spring-like and rainy for next week. It's unbelievable difference. So a look ahead. We know it's all about the temperature, so let's focus on that. We drop back. There's some low 20s, some teens mixed in by 8 p.m. So that really frigid air is already moving south. And then you wake up tomorrow, air temperature right around 10 degrees. I think a few locations will be in the single digits. And again, those winds not as strong as they are this afternoon, but still enough to drop those wind chill values below zero. And then the warm up tomorrow, if you want to call it that, so slow. Temperatures right around 20 degrees for most of the area. You factor in a little bit of wind for Saturday too, and it will take that 22 in Huntsville by 5 p.m. and make it feel more like 12 or 13. You take that 22 in Decatur, it'll make it feel more like 12 or 13. Very cold stuff. There's the flip in the pattern after Sunday though. 48 first alert weather days. Not so much for Sunday, but for Saturday. And then we see the warmer temperatures come in for next week with some rainfall.
All right, Jeff, thank you. The Biden administration canceling billions for borrowers. How many people will have some of their student loan debt forgiven? And if you own an electric vehicle, you could be eligible for more tax breaks soon. How much the White House is investing in this green energy initiative. Welcome back. The new year is a great time to get organized. One of the best places to start is with your finances. 48's Haley Baker shares some tips in today's Financial Friday to help you get started.
No matter your financial situation, taking control of your money can help you live a more stress-free life. Redstone Federal Credit Union's April James has 5 tips to help get you started. First, she says, take a retrospective look at your 2023 finances.
Maybe look at some of our old bank statements, financial statements, just to kind of gauge and look at how much you spent on maybe eating out, clothing, vacations.
Second, make a budget for 2024.
A lot of times when we're creating a budget or you're looking at different budget sheets, they're looking at the month, but you want to try to also account for those annual expenses that might come up, your vacations you may be planning for. If you have children, back to school expenses.
And third, she says, create savings goals.
Especially in emergency savings is something that you always want to have. I'm sure if you take a look at what happened last year, I'm sure you had some of those oops or those unexpected expenses that came up that you might not have been prepared for. This is the time to think about what I'm going to save for this year.
Fourth, she recommends to review your credit report now.
Go to annualcreditreport.com. As a consumer, you're allowed 1 free credit report a year. So you want to look for if there are any late payments that are on your credit report. If you were late like a day, that shouldn't report on your credit report. Only late payments over 30 days.
And finally, look through your file cabinet at important documents and get rid of documents you don't need.
It's also tax time. People are getting ready to file their income taxes. So you're going to look through those important documents, those receipts, things that are usually, I do 10 years, but a lot of people say 7 years of things that are just piled up that you don't need.
So if you're looking to start the new year off on the right foot,
making sure you're organized and you have a clear picture of where you want to go for this year is going to help you tremendously.
For today's Financial Friday, I'm Haley Baker, 48 on your side.
The Biden administration is canceling $5 billion in student loan debt for 74,000 people. 44,000 of those worked in public sector jobs for more than a decade. Those jobs included teachers, nurses, and firefighters. The other 30,000 have worked toward repayment for at least 20 years, but never got relief through income-driven repayment plans. This is the latest round of loan forgiveness efforts after the Supreme Court struck down the White House's student loan debt relief plan last year. The Biden administration is rolling out another $325 million for electric vehicle charging stations. The Department of Treasury and Energy releasing the parameters today for who's eligible to get a tax credit toward EV chargers. That credit would cover up to 30% of the cost for people in low-income areas. The government says about 2/3 of Americans are eligible. Well, during this cold snap, it's important to keep a close eye on your HVAC unit. What specialists say to look for and how to keep it running in tip-top shape ahead.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
Welcome back. Most of us in the 30s today, which feels warm compared to what we've seen, kind of balmy out there. 48 First Alert meteorologist Jeff Desnoyers is in. Jeff, even though it's kind of better now, a lot of the ice has melted, turned to slush. We are not really in the best spot in some areas.
Yeah, still some secondary road issues, and we're like a prize boxer. We're about to take another gut punch, and Mother Nature's going to deliver that tonight with another round of frigid air. So whatever is melting, the concern is it's going to refreeze tonight, and we could be a bit slick as we go into the overnight and tomorrow morning. Secondary roads are still kind of icy and sloshy, we'll call it. The shoals, a little snowy, still a winter scene there with the temperature 34 degrees, breezy and chilly. A few flurries brushing northeast Alabama right now, moving out of Franklin County in Tennessee. It's not about the precipitation, it's about the temperatures that are mainly in the 30s, though Lawrenceburg at 28. But the temperature drop is going to happen swift and quick this evening, and it's going to be very cold. When you wake up tomorrow, the average temperature across the area will be around 10 degrees, and then it's still windy too. That's why a wind chill advisory is in place. It will feel like below zero for parts of the area. So the rest of the afternoon, breezy conditions with generally mainly cloudy skies. Look at those temperatures by 7 p.m. all the way back to 24 degrees. And watch out tonight, not just driving, but those steps that you take out the front door. You're taking the dog out by like 11 p.m. You go on the back patio. You can slip. You want to be very careful driving and walking with the icy conditions tonight expected. We'll take a look at when the warm-up comes to start melting all this stuff coming up in just a moment.
Jeff, thank you. This is a live look right now at Abbotsford Road in Madison County. Areas like this is still covered in ice there. This is actually a live look from one of our photojournalists who could not make it into work today. So just a heads up, he's been at work every single day this week, but today woke up, could not make it down this road. So just a perfect example. Some of the roads great, a lot of them a lot better, a lot of the main arteries, but a lot of these side roads, secondary roads here just not looking good. And yeah, the leaders in these local municipalities are saying that the main roads are kind of their biggest concern, the most traveled roads. So if you live off of these secondary roads here, it's probably still very dicey for you. So if you do not need to be out, something that we've been reiterating for days now, please stay in. Now, Madison County leaders say they are working to clear the roads. Madison County Commission Chair Mac McCutcheon says they brined them last weekend, but as a lot of people have said, they just did not anticipate the amount of ice we ended up getting. The county has plows, but you know, this doesn't do a lot when it's ice. He says now they're just focusing on the major roads.
We're looking at a map of the county roads and the major connectors of county roads connecting to the state roads, and we're trying to focus on those first.
Now, if you live on those less traveled roads, commissioners believe they won't be fully cleared until later this weekend. The winter weather could have a significant impact on your car as well. Some drivers that are not used to it are learning hard lessons. Robbie Owens has that story.
Every time it snows or we get ice, I know that salt gets underneath your car and it's not good for your paint or your undercarriage, so I always come and wash it off and clean it.
Wayne Goodowitz in Dallas needs no warning about the long-term impact of salt left on your vehicle's undercarriage. After all of that brine mixture applied to North Texas highways has to go somewhere. And now experts urge North Texans to get it gone from your vehicles.
You don't see it, but it'll destroy your undercarriage. We have undercarriage. That's our specialty. We don't charge for that. Most people do. We don't. And you got to get that junk off.
Still need convincing?
Rust, first and foremost.
Where are you seeing that rust?
All over the frame of the car, the undercarriage, the suspension, all of that is basically untreated raw metal, and that gets pretty affected with a lot of salt.
Tyler Shady is a service advisor with Christian Brothers Automotive in Dallas. He says he can tell immediately when a vehicle has been driven primarily in colder climates.
A lot of the people from up north, it's just normal for them, but here it's only once or twice a year. So it's definitely something you want to get off of the metal. It's not good for it. Yes, it does eat its way through the metal over time and eventually causes it to just not support the things it needs to.
So go ahead and invest in a thorough wash that includes that undercarriage, just in case you're tempted to wait for the rain.
You just have to see some of the damage that the salt can do sometimes, and that'll change your mind.
Now, even though officials have been warning against it, many of you have been going out, braving those icy roads. But some truck drivers in Nashville say they are not taking any chances. Over the past few days, we've seen quite a few 18-wheelers get into these bad accidents and just get stuck. The drivers say the ice turns their truck into a weapon, calling them missiles on wheels. The truck's weight packs down the snow, making roads even more slippery for them. One truck driver says he pulled over right as he felt his truck start to slide. He says the risk is just not worth it.
I'm done. It's not worth it. It's not worth getting, drug up out of a ditch or anything, having to pay extra money trying to make money. So you just sit still until all this clear over.
Yeah, some stopped driving before the freezing rain came through. Well, in these chilly temperatures, HVAC professionals say to pay extra attention to your unit. Experts say to keep your thermostat at a constant temperature so it's not overworked. They also say to change your filter so it doesn't get clogged up.
So if that filter gets clogged up, it doesn't let air pass through, and therefore the heat that's generated from the furnace doesn't get pushed out, and that'll overheat the furnace and cause the system to kick out.
Well, another tip here, be sure to check and clean your air vents. A new security alert for anyone considering a trip to Colombia. The U.S. Embassy says travelers are being robbed, drugged, even killed by criminals using online dating apps to lure victims. NBC's Stephen Romo explains.
An urgent warning for Americans visiting Colombia after a string of deaths in tourist hotspots. The U.S. Embassy in Bogota urging travelers not to use dating apps in the country, writing in a security alert that criminals are using the sites to lure victims, with many U.S. citizens drugged, robbed, and even killed by their Colombian dates. Embassy officials confirming the deaths of at least 8 Americans traveling in Medellin, possibly linked to the apps.
I'm out of words to describe. I don't even know how I feel right now.
A situation all too familiar for the family of 50-year-old Tu Zhang, an artist and activist from Minnesota who we first reported on last month. He had been traveling in Colombia in December when he called his brother out of the blue asking for money.
This time he was like, hey, do you have a couple of thousand? I was like, yeah, no problem. When do you want it? He said, I want it now. I'm in this bit of a situation here. I go, oh, yeah, I can do that.
Zhang's family telling our Minneapolis affiliate soon after he stopped responding to their messages, he was found dead. A local prosecutor saying Zhang was kidnapped during a date and killed when he could not make the ransom payment, and that his body was found covered in stab wounds.
I was confused. To be honest with you, I don't know why, what the motive is.
Zhang had visited Colombia in the past, posting photos and videos to social media as recently as October with an unidentified woman.
I'm with my girl.
The embassy's alert indicated officials do not believe all 8 of the deaths are linked and said they've seen an increase in reports of incidents involving the use of online dating applications to lure victims, typically foreigners, for robbery by force or using sedatives to drug and rob individuals. Often the reports coming from major Colombian cities like Medellin, Cartagena, and Bogota. Murders of foreign visitors went up by 29% in the latter part of 2023 compared to the previous year, according to the embassy, and most of the victims were U.S. citizens.
Well, many people take multivitamins, and new research shows they can do a whole lot of good for the brain. We explain ahead. And salad is usually good for you, but these salads are being pulled from shelves. We break it all down when we come back. All right, we are talking multivitamins now. Millions of people take them, and now there's new evidence showing they can have a very real impact on your memory. Stephanie Gosk explains.
A healthy diet is good for the body and also good for the mind. And multivitamins could play an important role.
It's biologically plausible because we know that nutrition is so important for optimal brain health.
A new study directed by Mass General Brigham found that participants taking multivitamins daily prevented memory loss and slowed down the process of cognitive aging by the equivalent of 2 years compared to a placebo group.
We found the strongest benefit for memory in slowing of age-related memory loss.
1 in 9 adults say they have experienced confusion or memory loss, according to the CDC. By 2060, the number of people aged 65 and older with Alzheimer's is projected to reach nearly 14 million.
When we talk about Alzheimer's disease and other related dementia, that's not normal aging, and those diseases are fatal. It's really important that we think about strategies for prevention. We think about strategies such as engaging in healthy lifestyles to keep our brain as healthy as we can, as long as we can.
The researchers who conducted the multivitamin study are encouraged by the findings because it is a cheap and easily accessible option for most people. But they caution that the supplements are not a substitute for good nutrition. But people should still eat their spinach.
Absolutely, we are saying that multivitamins, dietary supplements will never be a substitute for a healthy diet, healthy lifestyle, regular physical activity, and everything like that. That is really key.
The best time to take action, doctors say, is before cognitive decline begins.
And you may want to check your fridge. We have a 48 recall alert now involving prepackaged salad kits. Bright Farms is voluntarily recalling some baby spinach and assorted salad varieties because they may be contaminated with listeria. The affected products come in 4-ounce plastic containers. The recall comes after the bacteria was identified during routine testing. So far, no illnesses have been reported.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
Yeah, definitely not salad weather anyway. Soup weather, something hot, I don't know. I'm just gonna go home, eat, and not leave my couch for the next 48 hours.
All the above sounds good there. I'd be that person that would finally eat a salad, and that would be the kit that I buy. And then I'd be
the
like,
listeria laced.
Never again, right?
Yeah.
Hey, soup sounds good. And if it's a soup in your menu at home for tonight and tomorrow, I think that's a good plan because you want it to warm your bones because temperatures are going to get very cold. Right now, 34 in Huntsville is like a heat wave with what we got coming tonight, tomorrow, and for Saturday night. And the spray that you see on the parkway with the cars actually moving with pavement, wow, that's all going to freeze up tonight. And with the temperatures dropping, a lot of these roads are going to probably ice up again tonight, especially secondary roads. Lots of sunshine on 565 in Madison, and the roads look fantastic right now, but these are main roads, and the secondary roads are still really icy right now, and they have that like slushiness that we had developed with the rain that fell yesterday, and top of where we had ice that wasn't moved off the roads, and now it's all kind of sloppy and it's going to get icy and become chunky as we go into tonight unless you're on a main road. Temperatures right now, a lot of 30s. Feels a little colder though because the wind's howling out of the northwest. About 10 to 20, gusts to 25, 30. That's making it feel more like low 20s right now, and we've only just begun because as the winds stay pretty brisk overnight and the temperature continues to drop with our next blast of Arctic air, where the temperatures fall back to around 10 tonight, your wind chill values will fall between about 5 and 10 below. And we got the problem of everything starting to ice back up again, dangerously cold. Want to make sure you take care of the pipes and make sure you keep the drip going because we are getting another blast of Arctic air. We're not done with this until we get to like Sunday afternoon when we finally get back to near 40 degrees and we warm up next week. So the breeze, yeah, that's around rest of the afternoon, evening, and even when it backs off to the single digits overnight after midnight, with the temperatures dropping back to like 10 degrees, a little wind goes a long way and it will feel very cold tomorrow morning. There's the next blast of Arctic air in the purple here. You got 3 degrees in Omaha, Nebraska right now, and that temperature continues to fall as we go into tonight with that really cold, frigid air just oozing south like molasses into the Tennessee Valley. made that sound very dramatic. Weekend forecast for Saturday, very cold in the morning, very cold in the afternoon. The best we got is low 20s. Pipes bursting, we say 48 first alert weather day. And you say, why? Because this is going to probably have a play in your daily routine, right? You're going to think of your day differently. You're going to put the water on in your sinks to make sure the pipes don't burst. It just creates different kind of day than you would have normally. Going to Saturday night, really cold. Sunday, 40, sunshine, and hopefully we can melt some of this ice outside. And whatever we don't melt on Sunday, we're going to melt big time next week. We're going to probably wash a lot of it away with rainfall, but look at your temperature. Climb that ladder, and we go from like winter mode to spring mode. And with the warmer temperatures, 60s, you think maybe some severe weather. It looks like right now that the severe weather threat will stay low, and it mainly just becomes like a big time rain event beginning on Tuesday through Thursday with those very mild temperatures. Certainly no rain tonight, just really cold temperatures. Whatever cloud cover that we have through the evening will dissipate by morning, but the temperatures themselves falling back to near 10 degrees. I still think there'll be a few single digits mixed in, especially for locations that lose a little bit of cloud cover faster during the evening hours. And with the wind still out of the north about, we'll say 5 to 15, those dangerously cold wind chill values when you wake up Saturday morning. By noon, the best we got for you is teens and 20s. Still a little breezy. Those wind chill values will still be cold. And by the afternoon, temperatures don't move much from the noontime hour, and it stays pretty much in the 20s tomorrow with wind chill values about 15, maybe even back to like 10 degrees by the time we get to the evening hours. So very cold start to the weekend. There's that bump up in temperature on Sunday. Then we really take off on Monday, and then we bring the rain in for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and those temperatures just take way off. And we're back to the mid to upper 60s by next Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Excited for that. A lot of times we teach dogs, but these canines are teaching humans. More on the program at One Tennessee Jail when we come back. Well, with many Alabama schools switching to e-learning because of the weather, not every student is keeping up to speed because not every student has internet. They also are not all doing their schoolwork. Alabama State Superintendent Dr. Eric Mackey says many kids are not doing their work on these days. He says students are supposed to be on their computers for 6 hours a day, with a teacher providing instruction, but not every student is doing that. Richard Franklin, the head of the Birmingham chapter of the American Federation of Teachers, says that the state needs to ensure all students have access to technology. In Moore County, Tennessee, the jail does not have just inmates as residents, but they have dogs too. Trustees take on most responsibilities when it comes to the dogs. The sheriff says it helps teach them responsibility and compassion.
Each kennel has a doghouse that was equipped, had straw and hay, and they have heated water buckets, and as much as they can do. But when the temperature drops that far, you get into the teens or negative temperatures, and it's just animals don't need to be outside for that.
The sheriff says being snowed in for a week was the perfect time to make this happen. Let's take another live look at Abbotsford Road in Madison County here. A lot of the secondary roads still look like this, so if you do have to be out and about, just make sure you take the proper precautions and please drive slowly.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
Yeah, secondary roads still very slick right now. Main roads are looking better, but keep in mind those temperatures are going to fall quickly through the evening, and I still see a lot of water and a lot of wetness on some of the major roads, especially 565 and on the Parkway. That's going to ice back up tonight. Now, I don't think it'll be quite like the extent that we had earlier this week, but still a concern if you're going to be out and about this evening. That's why we're telling people maybe you might want to just stay at home tonight. And then tomorrow, the temperature's only around 20 degrees, a very cold day, even with a lot of sunshine. We turn the corner on Sunday. We take you back to 40. That should do a good job of melting and thawing things out a bit. And then we take it even a step higher with 40s, 50s, and 60s next week. And a lot of rain coming too. That's going to wash things away. And we're going to be back to where we think we should be in the Tennessee Valley come next week.
It's going to be nice. It's going to be like a pool day next week.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for watching. Have a great one. See you Monday.
I would poke your head in there before you.
Well, he ain't got his mic yet, so. All right. Well, I was gonna say, can I take mine? Oh, there he is. Okay. Is he dressed? Yep, he's getting there. Thank you, ma'am. I'm coming. There he is. Hey, the funniest guy in the world. I laughed for an hour with your last night post. Oh my gosh, yes. You got a lot of traction on that, bud. Did you come up with that? Did you come up with that? Or you? I was just thinking, I was like, okay. Yeah, it was good. It was great. Genius. Genius. Oh, did they? Did they? Oh, yeah. Hey, they probably stole it after that.
5,000 new followers in last week.
Woo!
These are defining, I was just talking to Jude, I'm like, these are defining moments that can change viewer.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Other, like 31, if they would have been better, they could have made a big change in market. I think they may have on 19, but
Yeah. How did, I have not gone back to look at the other, so. Okay, let's see what we got here. Tell us when you're ready, Pat.
your last night away from home?
Yes, I'm counting on that. I'm counting on it. I heard them say they have, if they've gotten up to the mountain to go ahead and salt the boulevard, then they had to dump rock and salt and stuff down on Montesano. They could not do that. So I'm going to trust that I'm going to be in good shape. Although I nearly busted my keister walking in here. I mean, it is a total ice rink. Who knew? I didn't anticipate that.
Okay, I'm ready when you guys.
We're ready. Whew, God, I'm going to have to take this out of my ear, Pat, unless you turn it off for a minute. Tell us when. Ready? Three, two, one. On top of the snow and ice, some people have water pressure problems and even a boil water advisory. That story at 4.
Roads are improving, but they could see some sheets of ice out there and patches of black ice because it's a bitter cold night ahead. We'll talk about that and the rest of your weekend coming up.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
Don't just get out to go sightseeing. Please stay off the road because you're
We've had to come up with some creative solutions to keep our supply in stock of things that we have been out of, whether that be meeting suppliers,
And the thing we're into now is we've got a lot of melting because we're in pretty much sun today. The way that'll freeze tonight.
After weather toss, yes. For Daquan. Got it. No, for Daquan. Yeah, got it. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, sir. Hey, and everybody in the booth, much appreciated today and this week. Let's get a picture. Yeah, double that.
What's the newscast going to be about?
Take a guess. It's nice summer weather. Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, you want a mic check? Mic check. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. You're welcome.
Check, 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 check.
City leaders come together to answer questions 5 days after the largest city in Alabama is paralyzed by this snowstorm. We're on your side with what you need to know about road conditions and the effort to clear them. Then small business owners suffering along with their employees, how they're trying to stay afloat as the winter weather hampers their sales. And the threat isn't over yet. What leaders in the Shoals are saying about road conditions there and what they could do overnight.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is 4 o'clock. I'm Liz Hurley. We made it to Friday. We know a lot of you are stir crazy out there and are ready to get out of your house, but stay where you are for the next few minutes. Today and throughout this week, 48 news crews have been across the Tennessee Valley covering your community, and we've got a lot more to share before the weekend. Let's kick off our team coverage tonight with 48 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis. Okay, Brad, what are we in for now?
The bitter cold returns. That's the biggest concern I have, is more bursting pipes the next couple of nights. We're almost out of it, though, and I myself am ready to go home and stay home and do nothing for at least 2 days. Let's take a live look at the Parkway. Many roads have dried. They're much improved. There's going to be those roads that are shaded by trees that didn't get to melt or didn't get scraped or didn't get treated at all, and those will be your concerns. The main problem is you're going to be driving your normal speed perhaps, and you're going to hit a patch of ice, and those collisions are typically higher speed and do more damage. So again, just drive carefully out there. I'd say after 7 o'clock tonight, what's out there that's wet will freeze up as Arctic air is on the way in, and then bitter cold. We'll see overnight lows tonight around 9 degrees. The wind chill tomorrow is going to be 0 to 10 degrees below zero, so brutally cold out there. This is 6:30 this evening. We're already in the low 20s, so again, the refreezing will start to happen rather quickly, and it may catch some of you off guard, so I would plan on being off of the roads by about 7 o'clock this evening. Again, overnight lows down into the single digits. This is noon tomorrow. 17. We may get a flurry or two, but it won't add insult to injury at all. But another cold night coming. So again, you're going to have to stream those faucets again the next 2 nights, and then we should be out of this. And then we've got a lot of rain to talk about next week. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you, Brad. This is day 5 of this snowstorm, and the city of Huntsville is still in response and recovery mode. We've been asking for days why a city this size remains incapacitated, and today local leaders responded. They held a virtual news conference collectively to update us on their efforts to clear the roads. WAFF 48's Daquan Lee joins us now live from along Memorial Parkway in Huntsville. Daquan, city leaders say they're doing what they can to clear major roadways like the one you're standing in front of.
Yeah, Liz, and like Brad said, temperatures are set to plummet again, and that's something that city leaders are keeping an eye on as they prepare for some roads to freeze over into the weekend. This morning, we heard from city officials like the mayor, the police chief, and the fire chief about the current conditions. Public Works Director Chris McNeese said they have 10 snowplows working throughout the city on major roadways, spreading salt as they work their way up Montesano. He said hopefully the roads will start to clear up towards the end of the weekend. Police Chief Kurt Guile said since Monday they've seen 200 accidents, with 37 of them involving injuries. He and other city leaders continued to urge people to stay home as much as possible.
Don't just get out to go sightseeing. Please stay off the road, because we have a strain now on our emergency public services. We're also, in addition to all these accidents we're working, we're still running our normal calls. So please understand that, because the strain you put on everybody, and just continue to follow social media in respect to opening and closing the roadways.
Now, also today, Madison County EMA Director Jeff Birdwell urged residents to have winter preparedness. That means making sure you have everything you need to sustain yourself over the next couple of days, as they anticipate these roads to freeze back over. Reporting live in Huntsville, Daquan Lee, 48 on your side.
On that note, many of you only prepared to be stuck at home for 2 or 3 days, but now you need more supplies. 48's Megan Plaka joins us live in Huntsville. Megan, I went to Publix for the 2nd day in a row to get food for our crews, and it was really kind of controlled chaos. You've been watching a lot of folks restocking their pantries at Star Market in 5 Points.
Liz, you're definitely not alone. I stopped by here at Star Market, and the managers say they're seeing higher than normal traffic for most of the week. I even spoke to one neighbor who says they even stopped by Star Market just because there was nothing else to do. That neighbor said she walked here and shelves were bare just yesterday. Workers tell me they missed their shipment on Monday because of the weather, but a shipment made it in just last night. Now workers are able to refill a lot of the essentials. However, the market's dairy supplier couldn't deliver yesterday. So manager Trent McElmore says he had to get creative to bring in the milk.
We've had to come up with some creative solutions to keep our supply in stock of things that we have been out of, whether that be meeting suppliers halfway or in a place that they can stop and meet us. We've done whatever we can to keep things on the shelf and keep the doors open.
I checked in with other local businesses to see how they're faring, what they're doing to just keep businesses afloat with all of this weather. You'll hear more from them at 4:30. Reporting live from Huntsville, Megan Plotka, WAFF 48, on your side.
Hats off to them. They got really creative in those deliveries. We continue our team coverage now with 48's Aria Pons in Florence. Aria, Lauderdale County's EMA director warns the dangers on the road are not over.
That's absolutely right, Liz. The roads behind me are still wet. They are very slushy in some places. However, Lauderdale County Director of the EMA, George Grabrian, says the roads will be very dangerous tonight and over the weekend. He says although it's melting now, it will absolutely ice overnight. He says the roads have been treated. However, the chemicals that they use don't really work at a certain temperature when it gets too low. The back roads and bridges are still issues. In Colbert County, it's more of the same as well. Very dangerous. Grabrian says to take it very slow on the roads, even if you can see ahead of you, because you won't know black ice until you hit it. He says the roads are very wet right now. However, with the temperatures tonight, that will all freeze over.
And the thing we're into now is we've got a lot of melting because we're in pretty much sun today. The way that'll freeze tonight, you'll have a lot of black ice, and a lot of that you simply can't see until you get on it and feel it. So people really need to be careful.
At 5, I'll have more on what Grabrian says you can do to protect your water pipes. Reporting live in Florence, Aria Pons, 48 on your side.
Utility companies across the Tennessee Valley are announcing water issues. Some people are being told to boil their water. Others don't have water at all. In Tennessee, the South Giles Utility District announced it's running out of water. Many customers there have no water at all coming from their taps, and a utility spokesperson says it's going to be a few days before the water supply is back to normal. There are so many broken pipes or leaks across the coverage area that crews must repair those first before the water lines flow again. But the crews can't get to those to make the repairs because the roads are impassable. If residents do have water, the pressure is low and it has to be boiled before it's consumed. In Ardmore, for instance, residents there are being told to boil their water. Limestone County Water and Sewer Authority officials say residents need to boil all tap water for at least 3 minutes. They say the water could contain disease-causing organisms. All stored water and ice cubes should be thrown out. Again, officials say the boil notice was issued because of a lack of water pressure. Huntsville Utilities crews have been working around the clock repairing electrical and water issues all across Madison County. Take a look at this. This crew worked in freezing temperatures and cold mud to repair a water main along Dug Hill Road. Officials want to thank everyone giving those workers words of encouragement and showing their gratitude and support for them braving the cold to keep services running. And like Brad said, the winter weather is not behind us, and the best way to keep you informed and up to date is to download our 48 weather app. You'll get alerts, forecasts. You can even look at the radar yourself. You can find the 48 weather app in all major app stores. Alabama libraries are once again under fire. Find out why a lawmaker wants it to be a lot easier to remove library board members. Plus, you might find comfort knowing that we're not the only part of the country in the middle of a winter storm. An Alabama lawmaker pre-filed a bill that would give city or county officials the ability to remove local library board members from their position at any time for any reason. Opponents are concerned that the bill politicizes libraries. Political reporter Aaron Davis live now from our state capitol studio in Montgomery with a whole lot more. Hi, Aaron.
Good afternoon. Now, current Alabama law outlines how library board members are appointed to their position, but it doesn't outline how they can be removed. Now, under this proposed bill, local library board members could be removed at any time with a vote from the county or municipality officials that established that library board. Now, opponents say that this bill politicizes libraries and strips library boards of their autonomy. Senator Chris Elliott says he filed the bill after hearing concerns from mayors over how library boards were spending money. He says having a removal process is good governance.
If you're doing it well, great. And if you're doing a really terrible job at it, then there ought to be some way to remove you. It's not an appointment for life. And to assume that it should be or that it needs that level of independence is absurd.
Perhaps the bill should have been written in such a way that there would be conditions under which a library board member could be removed, because as it is written, anyone could be removed based on anyone's whim.
And the bill also removes the staggered appointment process. So appointed individuals would start at the same time and possibly serve the same length of time. And coming up at 6, we'll talk with opponents about why they say that could interrupt a library board's workflow. Reporting live in Montgomery, Aaron Davis, WAFF 48 News, on your side.
Thank you, Aaron. More than 100 million people are under winter weather alerts across the country. Major cities in the Northeast are bracing for even more snow this weekend, which could shut down more major roads. Ivan Rodriguez brings us the latest as they prepare.
Watch your step right here, big one.
American Airlines passengers deplaned with the help of firefighters on Thursday after this aircraft slid off a snowy taxiway in Rochester, New York. Just one example of the potentially dangerous travel conditions expected in the Northeast this weekend. Extreme weather conditions have killed at least 58 people across 10 states in the last week. Major cities in the Northeast are expecting heavy snow in the coming days, with Philadelphia preparing for its first major snowstorm in 2 years. Workers there trying to mitigate slick streets with salt.
The ice didn't melt on them, even though we treated it. So we're out there treating it again, and we'll continue treating it.
On the West Coast, Oregon is under a state of emergency due to the ongoing severe ice storm. Oregonians aren't the only ones suffering. Another blast of cold air is sending temperatures into a tailspin, with wind chill alerts stretching from the U.S.-Canada border to northern Florida. Meanwhile, FEMA is changing the way it responds to natural disasters, announcing an immediate $750 in assistance to people impacted by extreme weather, which can include storms, hurricanes, and tornadoes. The overhaul of FEMA's system comes after years of criticism that disaster survivors have to jump through hoops to access assistance. These changes will take effect in March. In Atlanta, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
And we have breaking news from the city of Madison, and it is good news, positive news. City leaders there say all roads are open in the city of Madison with the exception of Water Hill Road. For the last 2 days, city officials have told us all roads were impassable, so this is progress.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
A lot of those roads will continue to dry. Even though we go below freezing, we're going to ice up in some areas, but due to what's called sublimation, that ice can actually turn from a solid to a gas without becoming a liquid with the dry air and the strong gusty winds. So that's something to consider as well. But again, be careful, the patches of black ice and that slush, especially the east-west roads where you get a lot more shade from the sunlight. That's the problem you're going to have. You're going to go 50 miles an hour and all of a sudden there's a patch of ice. So just drive with care. Let's take a live look at Madison, the I-565 now. The roads are dry here for the most part, but as you get on those other roads like University Drive, and I was on Highway 53, particularly Jordan Lane, where you get that middle turn lane, there's still snow there, and the road basically it sloped in this fashion here. So that melt off is going to continue. Gravity is going to pull it back onto that road, and it's going to ice up. So I do expect problems to develop after 7 o'clock this evening as we do fall well below freezing. We're at 31 right now in Athens. Road temperatures are still around 40 degrees though. But give it some time. Current temperatures starting to fall below freezing area-wide, but we're not rapidly falling yet. But I give it about 8 o'clock and we'll be around 18 degrees. We're going down to 9. Partly cloudy tonight. Some roads are going to refreeze. Of course, the dry ones won't. But what I just mentioned, that slush that's been melting today will be black ice come about 8 o'clock this evening. 21 degrees tomorrow, bitterly cold day. The wind chill 0 to 10 below, so make sure you are bundled up if you dare venture outdoors tomorrow. Sunrise at 6:52, and we've actually gained about 5 minutes of sunlight over the last week, and we just haven't noticed that many of you have been stuck in the house. By 1 o'clock in the morning, we're looking at 16 in Huntsville. North wind at 10, that puts the wind chill around 2. And that will continue to drop. 4:30 in the morning, 13, partly cloudy out there. We're going to have a few snow flurries out there, so don't get too excited. We're not expecting any accumulation from that. So we start the morning about 9 to 15 degrees, and we don't get a lot better throughout the day. Check this out. This is the noon hour tomorrow. It is 17 in Huntsville. That's why I'm staying inside all day. I'm going to watch some football. Going to take a break. 16 degrees in Scottsboro at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. Again, leave the faucets streaming tonight and again tomorrow night, as it's going to be pipe bursting cold, and some of your pipes are just getting over from the last big freeze we had just a couple of days ago, and some of you just probably been streaming it the whole time. By 1 o'clock Sunday, we're above freezing. We reach a high of about 39 degrees, and that'll be about it. Rain chances return, so we're talking about rain, not sleet or freezing rain, but a lot of rain. It's going to wash all the grime off the roads. Latest forecast guidance has the axis of heaviest precipitation Tuesday through Thursday out to the west, but don't be surprised, that was right on top of us last night. So this is going to shift either way, but high confidence of at least 2 to 3 inches of rain next week. Here's your 10-day forecast. Alert day for tomorrow morning for the bitter cold. 21 degrees for the high, 8 Sunday morning, 39 degrees for the high. It will be sunny, that'll help, but a few clouds late. And then next week, here comes the rain. Tuesday, late afternoon, Wednesday, rain, Thursday, rain, Friday, rain, and I'm thinking probably Saturday, Sunday rain too.
$5 billion worth of student debt loan canceled. After the break, we'll tell you about the 74,000 people getting good news today. Plus, a Hollywood star now facing a serious charge in a deadly shooting on a movie set. The Biden administration announced today that it's canceling $5 billion in student debt for 74,000 people. The president says about 2/3 of those borrowers are having their education debt wiped clean after 10 years of public service. Those borrowers include teachers, nurses, and firefighters. It's the latest round of forgiveness after the Supreme Court struck down the administration's student loan debt relief plan last year. Alec Baldwin is now facing an involuntary manslaughter charge for that fatal shooting on the set of his movie Rust. A grand jury in New Mexico indicted the actor this afternoon. Special prosecutors brought the case before the jury this week, months after receiving a new analysis of the gun that was used. In October 2021, Baldwin was pointing that gun at cinematographer Helena Hutchins during a rehearsal when the gun went off, killing her and wounding director Joel Souza. Moving now to politics, former President Donald Trump still maintains a hefty lead in the Republican primary, but former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are vowing to push on. Julia Benbrook has more on which candidates might gain supporters from those who have already dropped out.
And then there were three. Former President Donald Trump, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis battle it out for support in New Hampshire.
Nikki Haley.
Trump.
Trump.
Probably DeSantis.
Nikki Haley.
Probably more towards going with DeSantis this year.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie was polling at 12% in the Granite State when he bowed out of the race last week. He said he wanted to make room for someone other than Trump to take the lead.
I'm going to make sure that in no way do I enable Donald Trump to ever be president of the United States again. And that's more important than my own personal ambitions.
Christie, who supported and advised Trump during past elections, was the most outspoken critic in the field this time around. When he stepped away, he did not endorse anyone else, a decision that some New Hampshire voters described as disappointing.
I actually had mixed feelings about it because I thought that, he would come out and support Haley or come out and support somebody else when he did it.
A recent CNN poll found that Haley will likely benefit the most from Christie's exit. 65% of his supporters listed the former UN ambassador as their second choice. But after an apparent reference to Haley during a hot mic moment,
she's going to get smoked, and you and I both know it. She's not up to this.
It's unclear if he would officially back her. In Concord, New Hampshire, I'm Julia Benbrook.
With so many people forced to stay home this entire week, a lot of businesses and business owners are feeling the pain. After the break, Megan Plaka will join us with a live report to show us how some business owners are trying to beef up their bottom line.
People are going more crazy, like not going home. Like I feel like I felt.
Liz, HPD reports 200.
While other people are like, I know it's been a long week, I know, but I'm like, I feel fine. And I was like, oh, because I'm staying at like a loved one's house, even though I haven't been home, Oh, okay. No, it's just like everyone's like, oh, we know it's tough, blah, 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 blah. And like everyone's like burnt out, like haven't been home, like feeling really drained from it. And I was like, oh, I haven't really been feeling that way. And I was like, oh, but like after one at night at the hotel, I was like, yeah, this kind of, I'm like, oh, I'm feeling it.
Today is a WAFF 48 First Alert Weather Day. Sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.
Welcome back, everyone. The Tennessee Valley is still dealing with many impassable roads at this hour, but it does seem like things are getting a little bit better. Just a few minutes ago, the city of Madison announced all roads there are open but one. Great news. In Huntsville, I've seen more plows, graders, and front end loaders moving snow and ice today than all week. Today and throughout this winter storm, 48 News crews are covering the Tennessee Valley to keep you informed. Before we get to our teammates, though, let's check in with 48 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis with our forecast for today and the rest of the weekend. Brad, this is the 5th straight First Alert weather day, the 6th this week.
Yeah, it's been a long week, not only for us, but a lot of citizens out there, too. We're finally about to get back to our normal routine, but it is still going to be bitter cold tonight. You want to run the faucets as we get down to about 9 degrees, and we're going to stay well below freezing all day tomorrow. Let's take a look at the shoals right now. Wilson Dam Road still closed, doesn't get a lot of traffic, but again, they've got that closed there. And we're going to see some refreezing and some black ice overnight tonight, but some of the roads are going to stay completely dry. But there are exceptions, and we're not really going to be able to tell you which ones are bad. You're just going to have to figure that out if you venture out. I would probably plan on being indoors back home around 8 o'clock this evening if you're out and about. 31 degrees temperature right now, and our current temperatures are all at or below freezing right now, and we're going to plunge down to about 22 here by 6:30. So that's when the refreeze will really start to kick in. The roads are still going to be warmer than, say, 32 degrees about an hour or two after sunset. But as you go too far beyond that, they won't be able to keep up. And we'll see a refreeze. Again, black ice, a normal procedure here. And I think by Sunday afternoon, most areas will be dry completely, because even this dry air and the wind has an effect, even if the road is frozen, that it will dry out. So overall, we're expecting lows tonight and tomorrow night around 9 degrees. This is the noon hour tomorrow. 17 in Huntsville, Athens, Decatur 19, and the wind chill tonight, tomorrow morning, and throughout the day tomorrow, 0 to 10 below zero. So bundle up.
Many local businesses are struggling during this winter weather event. Many had to close. Store owners and staff couldn't get in, and neither could their customers. And that is dipping into a lot of bottom lines. WAFF 48's Megan Plaka joins us live in Huntsville. Megan, managers of a local cafe opened their doors for just a few hours today in hopes of helping customers and their employees.
Liz, Gold Sprint in the Low Mill area, they opened its doors for reduced hours through the week. They say they want to get money in the hands of staff members as well as the owners. Usually Gold Sprint is open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Now, while the roads are thawing out, it's open from 10 to 3. Manager Jonathan Trout says he believes these are the safest hours to be on the roads to come to and from work. And by opening up for a few hours, he can help employees keep some money in their pockets. He says there are only 2 to 3 people working behind the counter a day. He says he volunteered to be the one to open up the cafe because he spent a lot of winters up north in Iowa.
This is nothing I've never dealt with before, so I volunteered to come in and open things up. I ended up picking up a coworker and just bringing her in with me. So it's, you know, you walk that balance. You want to make sure everybody's safe getting here and feel safe getting home.
I I did speak to a couple of college students who were at the cafe. They say they were really glad to be able to go somewhere and just get out of their dorm for a little bit. Reporting live from Huntsville, Megan Plotka, WAFF 48, on your side.
Great news there, Megan. Thank you. Let's turn to WAFF 48's Daquan Lee, standing near North Memorial Parkway. Daquan, the roadways have started to get a little bit easier to navigate, but of course that has not been the case all week long.
Liz, HPD reports they've seen 200 accidents since Monday, with 37 of those being involving injuries. Now, of course, that today I spoke with an attorney who told me if you plan on filing a claim if you were involved in any kind of accident, it depends on your coverage and what kind of accident you were in. Now, as North Alabama continues to deal with these hazardous road conditions, Attorney Bart Senior said he's seen myths spread across social media that say if you're involved in an accident during these winter conditions, your insurance won't cover you. He says that's absolutely false. However, he does say it's important to check your insurance policy to know where your protections are in the event of an accident. He says simply going in and out of driving on icy roads isn't enough to deny anybody's claim.
If you're in a single vehicle accident, which is what a lot of the accidents we've seen here in the last few days are,